here to be a part of the opening act of another major European club season. An epic tale lies ahead, a footballing drama to unwind over the course of the next 10 months. One where the central cast, both team and individual, will get to write their own story should they survive long enough. This, episode 1. And we have in front of us this gloriously imposing arena, absolutely picture perfect for a game of this nature. So here it is, what we've all been waiting for. Make sure you are strapped in and ready to go.
Bring it on, Peter. I'm looking forward to a competition that always delivers entertainment, whether through its football or indeed its supporting cast of emotions. Neither of these teams will want a trip back to the drawing board after this, so I think we can expect something quite lively.
So it's down to business here. So Jim, tell me this, who are you looking for in particular here?
Yeah, Luka Modric. He's someone, Peter, who reads the game that little bit quicker than everyone else. He's got fantastic technique too, and that allows him to weigh his through balls to near perfection, as well as keep hold of it when he's under pressure. He's a real leader out there, someone who can take control of the game and maintain it.
I'm thinking the same. He will be a central feature, no doubt. Paredes. Sergio Ramos. Hakimi pushes to get on the end of it. Hakimi drives it forward. Vinicius Junior. Hazard, Modric, Danilo Pereira, Marco Verratti, Alaba, Modric, Toni Kroos, and it's Hazard. Good ball, it's Benzema! Straight at the keeper.
Look, that makes it easier for the keeper when he doesn't even have to move his feet.
Just brushed off the ball there. Well, they could break here. Forward it goes. Marco Verratti. Hakimi. Now it's Messi. Tries to stroke it through, tries a shot! It's broken loose! Danger averted for now. Plays it out to the flank. Messi. And here's Verratti. Danilo Pereira. And here's Verratti. Got a shot away!
Well, they won't be deterred from trying again, Peter. They have the bit between their teeth now.
Vinicius Junior with a long pass. Alaba. Modric. Over to the left. Hakimi does well to read it and intercepts. And it's Hazard. Alaba. Alaba with the crossfield ball. Oh, that's clever. Referee's given a throw.
Paris Saint-Germain have pushed both fullbacks into quite advanced positions here.
Yeah, that's interesting. So what are they attempting to do?
Well, it's a bold attempt, in my opinion, to occupy the opposition in a way they're not expecting.
It's well blocked, and back out it comes. Now a chance to break.
Marquinhos simply had to make that count, and he did it with some authority too. Wonderful.
Cuts it out. Now it's Benzema. Battles to win it back. Messi. Hazard. It's Benzema! Great effort, but no way through. Hakimi. Paris Saint-Germain going about it patiently, perhaps too patiently. Marco Verratti. Mbappe! Oh, denied brilliantly!
The keeper really dug out his defence then, a magnificent effort.
Done very well to intervene. Sergio Ramos. Paris Saint-Germain to retain the ball, but are seemingly in no rush to break forward. Hakimi. Casemiro. Nil-nil still. No lack of chances though.
Yeah, and it's been like a breath of fresh air to their attack. I think that switching of flanks has finally created a new and for me, much more dangerous dimension.
Finds himself eased off the ball. Hakimi. Paris Saint-Germain keep the ball, but can't do anything meaningful with it. Marco Verratti. And the weighted pass. Bernat looking to run onto it. Toni Kroos. Modric hoists it forward. Great strength, too strong for his opponent. Hakimi. Marquinhos tries to switch the play. Bernat goes looking. Promising move that, good inroads into enemy territory, but no joy. Paredes. Hakimi. And it's Verratti. Questions were asked, but he's given the answers. Vinicius Junior. Marcelo proving impossible to wrestle off the ball. He's had that put on a plate. Modric. Casemiro. Modric. Vinicius Junior. There are a few waiting for it. Tries to cross. And out it comes again. Casemiro. And the volley.
Modric usually is so good from that range. He didn't quite connect as he can though.
And it's Neymar. Now, can he capitalise? Danilo Pereira. Mbappe! comes up trumps again.
Mbappe clearly thought he'd done enough. The save was like a bolt from the blue.
And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Hakimi. He's there to receive it. He's had a go! It's been taken short. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. And it's played forward. Hakimi chooses to go back. And now they can launch a counter. Good challenge, he just stood firm. And here's Verratti. Danilo Pereira. Verratti. Loses his balance and loses the ball. A real chance to break. And it's Modric. Toni Kroos. Paredes gets it back. Marcelo going full steam ahead down the left flank. Sergio Ramos gets good distance on it. And he's there to cut it out.
Real Madrid have been pretty good down that left side, you know. No doubt this is an area they've identified as a potential weakness in their opposition, and they're willing to exploit it. Well, this poses the defence a few tricky questions, and the answers have to be hard and fast.
Messi. Looks to bypass the midfield. And that has been cleared. It's a throw-in. Verratti. Mbappe goes for goal! Get the pass he's looking for. Bernat. Across the field it goes. Hakimi. Messi. Mbappe. Marco Verratti.
Mbappe weighed up the options and picked the wrong one.
Modric.
I wouldn't fancy playing up front in these circumstances, to be honest. There's absolutely no supply.
And here's Azar. Toni Kroos. And it's Modric. And here's Benzema. And that has been clubbed away. Alaba. Score not really a true reflection of what's been a pretty open game. Real chance! trying. The outcome could so easily have been different.
Vinicius Junior did give it a fair old crack, and he'll be encouraged to step up again.
Vinicius Junior. And the shot! Marquinhos plays it over to the other flank. Bernat plays it forward, and it's been given away. And it's Verratti. Danilo Pereira. Marco Verratti. Now the counter. Now it's Benzema. Modric. Oh no, that's not the ball he wanted. Defence has got rid of that. For a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Oh, what a ball! It's Benzema! Oh, that was no routine save.
Benzema really must have felt he had the measure of the keeper then, but how wrong he was.
Messi. It's Verratti. Danilo Pereira. Casemiro tries to get it forward quickly. Marcelo. Modric. Azar. Modric. Verratti with the challenge, and he has given away a free kick. There could be trouble here, but for now the referee is keeping his cards in his pocket. Bernat. Neymar. Bernat. Bernat drives it forward. Cleared without complication. And that's been won straight back. Oh, it's a searing run. He is a man on a mission. Who's ball? Who's going to get there? And the whistle goes for half-time. So both sides have drawn blanks. They have toiled at times, but it's not been a bad game by any means. So we reach the halfway point.
What an end to the half, Peter. A lot of the best action of the half coming at the very end, and I get the feeling the second half may well start in similar fashion, as we'd love to see this momentum maintained, so I'm looking forward to what's to come.
No goals at this stage, but certainly not devoid of action. It is 0-0 here at half-time. And we're already back underway here. A tight old game so far. Can that change now? Modric. Hazard. Oh, he's in! Modric!
Modric so cleverly used the drop of the shoulder to take him into a shooting position, and he got that part right at least.
Time for a change in personnel. Could be thinking about a shot here. It's Casemiro. Shot at goal! Too close for comfort. Marcelo. Casemiro. Modric. Hoists it forward. Toni Kroos. Marcelo. Toni Kroos. Modric. Modric gets it out to the wing. Goes for the cross. A chance to play it in. Can't get the better of his opposite number. Well, the crowd clearly like what they just saw. Some real no-nonsense defending.
Too much elaboration and not enough penetration, no damage likely.
And here's Hazard. Oh, that is lovely footwork. Messi. Wijnaldum. Danilo Pereira. Plays it out to the wing. He's got the ball glued to his feet. And it's Neymar. Lovely feet. Time to deliver. That intervention was very necessary.
Well, that's the first attempt, Peter, we've seen at one of those raking passes just to spread the play.
Neymar. Can he deliver? Aimed in towards the centre. Defending of the desperate variety. He's in! Oh, well played. He's taken that really cleanly. Vinicius Junior could move up a gear here. Marcelo. Modric. And it's Hazard. Hazard, good run. Where to from here? He's come loose. Real Madrid have a free kick. Modric. And here's Benzema. He's had a shot! He's pulled off a fine save.
Well, what can I say? Truly wonderful goalkeeping.
Modric with the short one. Heads it! Oh, that's a terrific save from the keeper.
Well, as test goalkeeper, the keeper has just received an A+ grade.
Wijnaldum goes looking. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Someone looks like he's in need of protection here.
Listen, it's not nice and it's not clever, Peter, but it has to be done when he tries to make one of those telling runs.
And it's Neymar. Oh, really good feet from him. Casemiro demonstrating fabulous determination. He just will not be beaten. Sergio Ramos. Messi plays it forward. Looks to thread it through. Marcelo gets into the right position to intercept. Vinicius Junior. Alaba. Forward it goes. Mbappe. Bernat. Now it's Neymar. Modric very firm in standing his ground there. It is a tough, full-contact contest. And it's Benzema. Sergio Ramos. No breakthrough and well into the second period. It is still anyone's game. Wijnaldum battles to win it back. Mbappe. Neymar.
Yeah, that's top defending and preventing him turning, which can open up many possibilities.
Vinicius Junior. Oh, good interception. Alaba. And it's played forward. What an adventurous run from a defender. Now some movement on the bench, and we are going to see a change. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior. Played out to the right, played into the middle, cut out in the nick of time. Hakimi tries to get it forward quickly. Marquinhos. Sergio Ramos. Hoists it forward. Casemiro drives it forward. And here's Benzema. And it's Toni Kroos. Modric. Mbappe. Now it's Neymar. Bernat. Has he picked him out? And he's there to hoof it away. And it's Bernat. Casemiro with the slide tackle there. Oh, that's neat. Oh, the ball's come loose and the chase is on. Benzema dashing forward at pace. Vinicius Junior goes looking. It's been intercepted and that will come to nothing. Modric. Casemiro. Vinicius Junior. Modric. Azar. Modric. Casemiro. Neymar. Marco Verratti. Played back in. Hakimi. Neymar. It's Di Maria. Casemiro did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Well played, he saw that coming. Bernat. And here's Neymar. Forward it goes. Hakimi opts to play it back. Well, that's a foul, and the whistle's gone. And no surprise, that's a booking. Well, the protest continues, but in the end they are defending the indefensible.
Yeah, well, they were exposed and vulnerable, and he knew he had to do something to prevent a goal then.
Messi! Oh, it's a stunning goal! He's got himself a peach of a goal!
What a sickener that is for the opposition. There really isn't much time to get a goal back now. Talking about drama.
Dispatched expertly, nicely done. Paris Saint-Germain get themselves into the lead.
Well, that's the currency he deals in, and he's come good yet again. Never the one to let you down in these situations.
Casemiro. Hazard. And here's Benzema. Marquinhos can get it clear. Hazard. Could be a chance. It's Benzema! Oh, just lacked a decent finish.
Quick thinking and quick control, Peter. That creates a little more working space.
Di Maria. And it's Wijnaldum. Wijnaldum! Oh, and that should have been two.
He got too ahead of himself there, thinking how he could have made things safe.
Looking cross-field, changing the point of attack. Hazard. Benzema.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Marco Verratti. He's made sure that that won't get through. And here's Benzema. And it's Hazard. Toni Kroos. The defence can get it clear. Bernat. Marquinhos. Hakimi plays it forward. Mbappe. Good challenge, he just stood firm.
There's a real appetite from them to finally put this game to bed, but will they?
Modric. Vinicius Junior. It is looking like the end. If anything's going to happen, it's got to happen now.
All they need...
The referee's awarded a free kick. Well, some of the players here are letting their emotions get the better of them. They do have to be careful. This must not be inflamed any further. And it's Hazard. Modric tries to get it clear. Just brushed off the ball there.
Peter, they have to fight the onset of desperation and keep enough cool heads to still deliver.
Di Maria. Marco Verratti. Sergio Ramos. Hakimi. Good work on the right flank. Now, what's next? Plenty waiting in the middle. Now it's Messi. He's gone for it! Get that clear. Wijnaldum, out to the right. Wijnaldum's massive leap! Harmlessly behind. Alaba switches it towards the other side. Gets wrestled off the ball. Di Maria. Marquinhos. Takes it over to the other flank. Di Maria. Neymar.
I think it's time for them to concentrate on closing this one out.
Neymar. Verratti. A fine save!
Well, you can't ask for much more than that. A difficult moment he simply had to deal with. They're making life really hard for themselves. The ball needs to be in the mixer, not there.
Marquinhos tries to clear. Mbappe. Sergio Ramos. Di Maria. Has he found his man? So that's it. It is all over. Well, it's not quite the end of the world, but it doesn't help. A defeat in the first game. Now they need to turn it round and recover. Of year in the European footballing cycle. It's where it all begins again. The lifting of the trophy, the winners' medals. That was all back in May. A mere reminder, a relic of the glory that was and what may be to come, perhaps for one of these. Certainly this is a very, very impressive venue, quite a sight to behold. So it's back, bigger and better than ever before. Shapes to shoot! And another time! It's a carbon copy of the previous miss.
This is proving to be a very good spell. The intensity is great, but they've got to make it count.
target. Bernat. And here's Neymar. Looking for a decent ball in. In with a header! Modric. Forward pass. Hazard showed plenty of zest in getting to the ball, but couldn't quite sort it out. Marco Verratti. Well, that's where he wants it. Alaba. And here's Benzema. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior!
Very speculative with little threat, if any, for the keeper.
Marquinhos. Tries to get it forward quickly. Ball needed to be better there, it's a wasted chance. And it's Bernat. Neymar. Mbappe. Toni Kroos. Alaba. Referee's given a throw. Hazard. Toni Kroos. Alaba. Quick ball forward. Hazard desperately wants to get on the end of this. Kroos battles to win it back. Marcelo. Toni Kroos. Casemiro. And the weighted pass. Now a chance! Goal!
What a start, and what a contribution from the main man. I had a feeling he might do something, given his reputation, but to do it like that, absolutely brilliant. I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, beautifully dispatched. There was no reaching that.
Well, I think two keepers would have had a hard time keeping that one out, never mind one. There was real venom in the strike and clear composure from the placement.
Well, that has certainly made things interesting. Bernat. Real Madrid making the ideal start. It is something to build on.
Well, they've managed to get their noses in front early because they've been much quicker out of the stalls. They've set a high tempo and it's
Got a shot away! And that has been cleared. Kroos plays it forward. Dashing forward at pace. Benzema. Hakimi.
just to point out, Peter, that the fullbacks are quite high.
And what are they trying to achieve?
Well, it's obviously a move to push the opposition wide men back and give them more to think about.
Toni Kroos. Modric. Real Madrid have got themselves in front very early here. And it's Hazard. And here's Benzema. Hazard. Sergio Ramos gets it away. Hakimi. Hakimi tries making a foray down the right. Neymar. Neymar not easily shrugged off the ball. Could move up a gear here. Toni Kroos. Good ball. It's a promising run he's making on the right. Oh, sweet feet. Towering header! Oh, he couldn't get the direction he needed.
Paris Saint-Germain can defend those situations better by stopping the crosser at source.
Hakimi tries to dink it in. And he's there to clear it. And it's Neymar. Hardly anything between the sides, and it's 1-0. Alaba goes looking. And the ball's come loose, and the chase is on. He gets past his man. It's Benzema! Oh, great save, real class.
Benzema simply didn't do anything wrong. He was thwarted by brilliance.
Hakimi with a delicate ball. He's got the ball glued to his feet. Shooting chance! He's missed, but not by that far.
A more than decent attempt, Peter.
And it's played forward. Great strength, too strong for his opponent. Bernat. Neymar. Mbappe goes for goal! Sticks it away!
Well, listen, the writing was on the wall. It looked like this was going to happen, and it has. Well, you know, thinking about that, I think they perfected that on the training ground because it took them seconds to get the ball from back to front, and they really commit forward in numbers too. It was all very well drilled.
That has certainly made things interesting.
Yeah, it's a very good contest with two very good sides, and with such great individual talent on show, it could go either way.
Alaba drives it forward. And he's there to cut it out.
Real Madrid have been making some good inroads down the right. No doubt this is an area they've identified as a potential weakness in their opposition, and they're willing to exploit it. Well, the defence have two choices: deal with the man or deal with the space.
Nicely controlled. Massive leap! And the ball's come... Well, that surely this time! And it's been taken short. A chance to play it in. Messi. Oh, well played. He's taken that really cleanly. Modric. Marcelo tries to stroke it through. And out to safety. And it's Modric. It's a very good battle there, terrific to watch.
Well, you could see he was eager to get a shot away, but there was too much flesh and bone in his path.
Hoists it forward. And that has been cleared. The move that looked promising, but eventually thwarted without doing any harm. And that has been clubbed away. Draxler. Across the field it goes. Bernat. Marco Verratti. Messi. He's gone for it! Benzema. Now it's Hazard. Benzema. Benzema! That has certainly tested the keeper.
Benzema is very sporting here to acknowledge the quality of the save. A lovely little footballing moment.
Neymar takes the long option. Defending of the desperate variety. Tried to play it through.
Yeah, the idea was right. The delivery wasn't. They can revisit that further on.
Casemiro. Forward it goes. Marcelo looks to get on the end of this. Beautifully done. Gets the better of his man. Header! Decent enough try.
Benzema certainly could have and should have made more of that.
Bernat. Bernat switches it towards the other side. And it's Verratti. Mbappe, who's made his mark on this game. Great run on the overlap here. Neymar. It's Neymar! Oh, that is rather wayward.
Well, Peter, he clearly felt he was being invited to shoot, and it wasn't the worst decision he could have made.
Hakimi. Marquinhos. Sergio Ramos. And it's played forward. And here's Neymar. Draxler. Benzema. Alaba. Hoists it forward. Modric. Hazard. Hazard is alert to the possibilities, but in the end it's fruitless. Mbappe plays it out to the wing. Looks to set... Shot a goal! Oh, just couldn't quite turn it in.
It's good delivery, though, clearly trying to draw the goalkeeper into an area he doesn't want to come.
Good work on the right flank. Now, what's next? Bernat with the crossfield ball. Hakimi goes looking. That has put a stop to that. Neymar. Neymar is fouled. Well, that looks like a final warning, still no card. All right on the edge of the penalty area, what's he giving here? No, the referee's judged that the offence took place outside the area.
Well, it was deliberate, it was cynical, and you have to understand the frustration of being denied a clear opportunity, but it had to be done.
They have their reward! Dispatched expertly, nicely done. So we have a breakthrough. Now how will things develop from here?
Well, that's the currency he deals in, and he's come good yet again. Never the one to let you down in these situations.
Vinicius Junior. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Modric. Hazard. It's anyone's ball. Bernat plays it forward.
Hazard really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Hakimi tries to get it forward quickly. Toni Kroos. Modric. And it's Benzema. Gets wrestled off the ball. Marcelo. Modric. Hazard. And here's Benzema. Benzema. Oh, he's got a crucial block in there. Regardless of the outcome, it is good to see someone running at the defence like that. It's Verratti. Vinicius Junior. Marquinhos with a definite foul there. He knew what was coming. That's a yellow card.
Yeah, we guessed that this scenario could take place because he's up against pace.
It's Casemiro. Modric. He's gone for it! And it's half-time here. So a really good half of football. 3 goals and just one separating them. So we reach the halfway point.
Well, what a half. It's been pulsating and totally absorbing. We're actually headed for a potential classic if this carries on. This is insanely good.
There's the start of the second half.
Real Madrid need to get the balance right to sort this out. Ambition must be complemented by just the right amount of caution, and I think the more experienced players can oversee that.
Modric.
Real Madrid making a fresh attempt to release someone in behind from back to front, and this is something different.
Hakimi drives it forward.
Well, that's the first attempt, Peter, we've seen at one of those raking passes just to spread the play.
Going through. Well, the defence got the better of him this time, but I'm sure he'll go again. Vinicius Junior. It's on a Benzema! Good stop, that wasn't easy.
Benzema really must have felt he had the measure of the keeper then, but how wrong he was.
Vinicius Junior. Tony Kroos. And the shot! Marquinhos. Paredes. Marquinhos. Moves it over to the other flank. Bernat. Draxler. And it's Neymar. Paredes. How about a shot? Marcelo. Toni Kroos. Well played, he saw that coming. Marco Verratti. Neymar. Alaba. Now it's Hazard. Casemiro hoists it forward. Messi. Paredes. Neymar. Neymar plays it forward. Hazard hoists it high. Vinicius Junior, lofted into the middle. Danger averted for now. They've got it back as soon as they gave it away. Vinicius Junior! And he's there to make a great save.
Well, what can I say? Truly wonderful goalkeeping.
It's Verratti. That's sprayed out wide. Verratti, who does have an assist to his name. Talk about singling someone out.
Yeah, he's an elusive customer. He can get between the lines and behind them, so he must be more closely marshalled like that.
He's got away. Vinicius Junior! Neymar. Looking cross-field, changing the point of attack. He's put it on the right now. What's on? Whipped in. Going for goal! In for... They've done it! Offside.
Yeah, the assistant did have his flag up. The referee seemed to spot it late, though. Nevertheless, the right decision.
Disappointment and relief on either side. Nothing doing. Marcelo. Hazard. And here's Benzema. Out towards the flank. Room for a shot. Great leap! No, he didn't quite meet it right.
Well, that's why we all say indecision is fatal.
Hakimi. And it's played forward. Mbappe. Good challenge, he just stood firm. Now it's Hazard. He's picked him out. Now short, has a pop! Goal! What remarkable powers of recovery!
Real Madrid are really pouncing on any stray passes in midfield. We're talking seconds from interception to the back of the net. It's counter-attacking heaven.
This is quite a battle.
Oh, look, Peter, I was on the fence before a ball was kicked, and I still haven't moved.
Marco Verratti. And it's Neymar. And he's going long. He's in space and looking for options. That's been levered clear. Now the counter. Looks to thread it through. Vinicius Junior has it in a wide position, so what next? It's Benzema! Oh, denied brilliantly!
Benzema sparked a tremendous stop there, and I think it's fair to add, he just wasn't expecting it.
And the counter is on. Kroos tries to get it forward quickly. He acknowledges that he should have come up with something better there.
Oh, that just required a bit more oomph to reach its target.
Alaba gets it away. And he heaves it forward. Drexler needed to come up with a better ball.
Was too timid to make it through the defence. It'll be noted and improved upon, I'm sure.
He came in hard, very hard. Bernat. Neymar.
They're actually not getting too tight, which is interesting.
No.
It's probably cautionary. Don't dive in.
Vinicius Junior! Oh, surely that deserved better.
Vinicius Junior fully deserves the plaudits for setting up the chance.
Marco Verratti. Well, try as they might, they just couldn't get into an attacking area. Toni Kroos. Vinicius Junior. Modric. Modric goes looking. Played into the middle. And it's been taken straight back. Marcelo. Marcelo goes on an adventurous run. Neymar. Forward it goes. And it's Messi. Draxler. Bernat. Pumps it into the area. Courtois has that under control. Marcelo. Vinicius Junior. And no, that is pretty much the end of that. Draxler. Looking for goal!
Paredes usually is so good from that range. He didn't quite connect as he can, though.
Casemiro. And it's Hazard. Bernat gets it back. Hakimi. It's come loose. He wasn't very far from making something happen by himself. Lovely to see. Hakimi. And he's there to clear it. And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Alaba plays it forward. Hazard. Now it's Hazard. Here it comes. Hazard hits! Oh, what a wonderful stop!
Oh, that's a sparkling save. Absolutely sparkling. His reflexes work ultra sharp.
Time for a change in personnel. So we have a double substitution going on here.
Real Madrid showing a good level of intensity at this stage. They're calling on all their resources now.
Marquinhos tries to get it forward quickly. Toni Kroos. Marcelo. Vinicius Junior. Ball's loose, who's getting there?
Concentration levels are very good, and so is the commitment. This game could yet yield a winner.
He's made sure that that won't get through. Toni Kroos. Vinicius Junior. And it's Benzema. Out to the left it goes. A really good feat. What a ball this has turned out to be. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. Needed a better pass there.
Real Madrid.
Merit full marks for their attitude and application in trying to win this. It means an awful lot, obviously.
Di Maria. Over to the left. Gets good distance on it. Aimed in towards the centre.
Look, this can still go either way. It might be flowing one way, but there's still time for some ebb.
And it's Verratti. And here's Draxler. Oh, well defended. That had to be done. Alaba tries to clear. Throw in. Paredes plays it long. He's had a shot! Goal! Paris Saint-Germain! Into the lead once more. Great reactions in front of goal. He just saw what was on.
Well, for me, that's just pure predatory brilliance. It's not so much the finish, but the way he read the situation when nobody else was even alert to it. It's fantastic.
When the manager called on him, he was only too happy to repay that faith.
That's how you make an impact as a sub. You know, when most are tiring, you can impose a freshness and energy to best effect. What an introduction.
Paris Saint-Germain go into the lead.
Oh, it was a long time coming, but I think it's fully merited. They've applied themselves extremely well.
Alaba goes up and over.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Hoists it forward. Doesn't get the pass he's looking for. Mbappe! And that would have won it.
Mbappe was totally aware of how that chance could have impacted on the game, and that should have gone in.
Alaba tries to switch the play. Marcelo. Final 5 minutes. Real Madrid cannot afford for this to peter out. There just isn't time left. Keeps everyone guessing. Whose ball? Who's going to get there?
Well, it remains to be seen whether they can come up with that little bit of class to rescue this situation, and it needs to be any time now, really.
Di Maria, up he gets! Good delivery, no joy.
I have to commend the wing play, but I have to condemn the defending. They've got to stop the cross.
Crossfield, changing the point of attack.
There's only one word for this. It's baffling. That team needs to figure out where the ball needs to be, and it's not there.
Azar. Casemiro. And it's played forward.
Look, with time running out, they have to get the ball in the penalty box, and if it means a long punt, then so be it. They've got to give themselves a chance.
Paredes. It's Verratti. He's had that put on a plate.
Yeah, it's safe to say that they just need to manage this to secure the win now.
It's Benzema! They've done it! We thought it was over. It's all square once more. So all square with almost no time remaining. Di Maria. Di Maria spreads it towards the left. Marco Verratti. Mbappe. There'll be a throw-in. Draxler. This could fall anywhere. Paredes. It's a loose ball. Lovely bit of skill there. There's the shot! And with that, the final whistle. Real Madrid must wait for their first win, but they have their first point. That for now will have to suffice. Your reflections then, Jim?
I don't think they'll be too upset about that. 1 point is okay, and steering clear of an opening loss keeps the mood in the dressing room upbeat and confident that better results.
Opening act of another major European club season. An epic tale lies ahead, a footballing drama to unwind over the course of the next 10 months. One where the central cast, both team and individual, will get to write their own story should they survive long enough. This, episode 1. Some wonderful scenes here. It is what we have come to know and love about Old Trafford, Manchester. So it's back, bigger and better than ever before. I do hope everybody is ready for another ride on the emotional roller coaster.
Well, the biggest show in town just now, Peter, and everyone wants to be a part of it. A competition that seems to draw out the whole gamut of emotions. And in keeping with that, we've got an atmosphere with a real sense of enthusiasm here, and I'm hoping we get lift-off once this game kicks off.
The action has already started. Jim, you've played in games of this nature. Who can make the difference?
Yeah, Thibaut Courtois. He's a huge presence between the sticks, and that's not just because he's 6'6", Peter. He's got great reflexes, wonderful positioning, and he's a strong defence.
Shot a goal! So close to what would have been a memorable goal.
Benzema just might have got a little ahead of himself then. Maybe he had too much thinking time.
Modric plays it short. And here's Casemiro. Casemiro opts to play it back. He'll hit it! Casemiro. And it's Benzema! Draxler. And it's Neymar. Mbappe. Draxler. Draxler drives it forward. He's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Marcelo. Moves it over to the other flank. Modric. Benzema. Benzema! It's off target and by quite a way.
It was the first touch to die for, and it set him up beautifully.
Up to meet it! Hit with his head, but couldn't steer it in. Marco Verratti. Hakimi. Paredes tries to get it forward quickly, and that has been cleared. He just whacks it away. Paredes switches it towards the other side. Clears it out of harm's way. Toni Kroos. Hakimi. Messi. Just brushed off the ball there. Toni Kroos. Marcelo. Real Madrid applying all the early pressure.
Yeah, it's a good start, Peter, and they look hungry.
He's tried one. Good stop, that wasn't easy.
Toni Kroos simply didn't do anything wrong. He was thwarted by brilliance.
Verratti. Hakimi. And here's Messi. Oh, nice touch. Alaba is there, and he can get that clear. And here's Benzema. It's Marcelo. Benzema. Toni Kroos. Modric. And here's Hazard. Clearance and very necessary. Modric. Toni Kroos. Casemiro. Modric. Hazard. Verratti battles to win it back.
Paris Saint-Germain have pushed both fullbacks into quite advanced positions here.
Yeah, that's interesting. So what are they attempting to do?
Well, it's a bold attempt, in my opinion, to occupy the opposition in a way they're not expecting.
Forward it goes. Marcelo. Dinks one in. Messi. So it is still 0-0. He's on his way. Can he? He's had a shot! Goal! Paris Saint-Germain! And Paris Saint-Germain take the lead. The lightness of step, the sharpness of movement, the certainty of finish.
Mbappe showed real composure then. I mean, how often do you see a player do everything right until he gets into the box, only to completely kind of fluff the finish? Not him.
Deadlock broken, it's 1-0.
Yeah, and they know there's plenty of work left in this one, Peter, before they can actually say that the job is over.
There's a long ball. It's Benzema! A real chance and a real let-off. Bernat tries to switch the play. Hoists it forward. Messi, ball swung in. Cleared away. Toni Kroos could move up a gear here. Hazard knocks it away. Throw. Too much on it, and that's the keeper's. And it's Neymar. Bernat. Great strength, too strong for his opponent. And it's played forward. Benzema! Oh, denied brilliantly!
Benzema is very sporting here to acknowledge the quality of the save. A lovely little footballing moment.
Goes for goal! Oh, he did the hard part right, but fluffed the finish.
Well, there are a few pockets of space that are being exploited, and they need filling, and fast.
Vinicius Junior. Casemiro. Casemiro goes looking. Drexler plays it forward. Managed to get it away. Now it's Benzema. Now it's Hazard. Good challenge, he just stood firm. Drexler. And it's Neymar. Casemiro. Vinicius Junior. Modric. Vinicius Junior. That's a good ball to find him. Vinicius Junior with the foul. Well, you might think he got off lightly. It is just a verbal warning. Modric. Drexler tries to get it forward quickly. Mbappe. Drexler. And here's Neymar. And the ball's come out.
Neymar really got caught in a trap there, and he just couldn't get out.
Here it comes. That's gone a long way up and away. And it's Modric. Hazard. Marcelo. Had a shot! Oh, nearly is nothing.
Well, he doesn't need a second invitation, even from that range.
Marcelo. Modric. Neymar. Draxler. Sergio Ramos. Hakimi gets into a dangerous position. Alaba does well to read it and intercepts. Hazard. And here's Benzema. Tries to dink it in. Marco Verratti. Neymar. And it's Benzema. And here's Hazard. Benzema. And he heaves it forward. Toni Kroos. Verratti gets it back. Modric. Alaba. Hazard. And here's Benzema. Vinicius Junior gets it out to the wing. He gets past his man. Neymar. Across the field it goes. Toni Kroos. Marcelo. Casemiro. Vinicius Junior. Neymar. Draxler set up one goal so far. Ball's loose, who's getting there? And it's Hazard. And here's Benzema. Played out to the right. Great strength, too strong for his opponent. He is not one readily to admit defeat. Don't be surprised if he tries that again. Looking cross-field, changing the point of attack. Hoists it forward. No messing about, just bludgeoned away. And that's a throw-in. Casemiro battles to win it back. Paredes. Good challenge, he just stood firm. Now it's Benzema. Benzema takes control of it and he's on the move. Bernat. Neymar. Mbappe, a scorer already in the game. Bernat. Oh, that's nice. Over to the left. Oh, really good feet from him. Looking for a decent ball in. Oh, that's a fine challenge. Hazard. Modric plays a clever pass. Messi. Paredes. Sergio Ramos. Bernat. Just brushed off the ball there.
That's just very well played. He can't hurt you with his back to goal, and he didn't go for the back heel.
Looks to thread it through. Alaba goes looking. Kroos tries to stroke it through. Vinicius Junior. Corner it is. Played it short. Marcelo spreads it towards the left. And he's there to clear it. And it's Toni Kroos. Toni Kroos. Casemiro. Toni Kroos. Gets the better of his man. It's Hazard! It's anyone's ball. Modric. And here's Hazard. Hazard. Now the cross. It's going to be the final action of the first half. There we are, off they go for half-time. The breakthrough did indeed come in the first half, but there has only been that one goal. It was very, very tight.
Well, it hasn't exactly gone to plan so far, but there's no need to panic. There's still plenty of time to get back into this. As always, an early goal would help swing things back in their favour.
The action has already resumed here.
Real Madrid need to get the balance right and sort this out. Ambition must be complemented by just the right amount of caution. I think the more experienced players can oversee that.
Draxler. Mbappe. He's got away. Paris Saint-Germain have a free kick. That's been levered clear. Toni Kroos. Marcelo. Toni Kroos. Hazard. Hazard drives it forward, striding forward, facing goal. Chooses to go back. It's a brilliant interception. And out to safety. Vinicius Junior. Toni Kroos. Hazard. Modric. Casemiro. That's surely a foul. Free kick. Special! A finish right from the top draw. Real Madrid are level. And he's produced a beauty. Real Madrid grab the equaliser and we're all square.
Oh, look, Peter, I was on the fence before a ball was kicked, and I still haven't moved.
Paredes. Marco Verratti. And it's Bernat. Neymar. Paredes. Lobs it in gently. Looks to play him in. It's a minor communications breakdown. So now we're going to get those changes we have been expecting. Well, they've seen lots of the ball. Time to go for it a bit of creativity and adventure. And it's played forward. It'll be a throw-in. Marcelo. Casemiro. Plays it out wide. Modric finds himself offside. Donnarumma sends that a long way. And here's Neymar. Neymar going full tilt down the left. Bernat. He's got the ball glued to his feet. He could be in here. Danger averted for now. And here's Wijnaldum. That is terrific skill. Can he deliver? Time to deliver. Oh, sweet feet. Messi's cross. And that has been cleared. He's gone for it! And he's there to make a great save.
Well, you can't ask for much more than that. A difficult moment he simply had to deal with.
Benzema looking as though he's being given special treatment here. Treatment he could well do without.
Yeah, he's an elusive customer. He can get between the lines and behind them, so he must be more closely marshalled like that.
Mbappe. Bernat. Neymar. Plays it out to the flank. How about a Mbappe! That's a terrific save from the keeper.
The keeper really dug out his defence then. A magnificent effort.
Vinicius Junior.
We've had a real complexion change with that equaliser. To get it so early on in this period gives them...
Has a goal!
Yeah, just thinking about the goalkeeper again, he really had to be at his best, didn't he?
Toni Kroos. And it's Benzema. He's had a go! And for a moment, time stood still. Marco Verratti. Takes one over. Casemiro can get it clear. Well, he acknowledges that he should have come up with something better there.
Oh, that just required a bit more oomph to reach its target.
Forward it goes. Oh, it has a pop! Well, that is rather wayward.
Lovely control. He made it stick with an excellent touch.
Alaba. Azar. Modric. Azar. Could be a chance here. Neymar. Bernat goes looking. Toni Kroos. Casemiro. Casemiro plays it forward. And no, that is pretty much the end of that. Kroos battles to win it back. Vinicius Junior. And here's Benzema. A buccaneering run from the defender. Loose ball, who's going to get there? Toni Kroos. It's a loose ball. And it's played forward. Well positioned to make that interception. Neymar. Bernat. Decent progress down the left. In with a header! Oh, just needed a better contact.
Real Madrid can defend those situations better by stopping the crosser at source.
Alaba with the crossfield ball. Vinicius Junior. Marcelo. Marcelo. Lovely bit of skill there. There are a few waiting for it. Hakimi drives it towards the front. Mbappe has a pop! Oh, the keeper's done ever so well.
Oh, that's a sparkling save. Absolutely sparkling. His reflexes were ultra sharp.
Strong punch. Draxler. And it's Wijnaldum. Real chance! Goal! Paris Saint-Germain! And they get themselves in front! Oh, beautifully dispatched. There was no reaching that.
Well, I think two keepers would have had a hard time keeping that one out, never mind one. There was real venom in the strike and clear composure from the placement.
Paris Saint-Germain get themselves into the lead. Toni Kroos. Marcelo. Deftly done. This could spell danger. Hits one! Tries to get it clear. It's broken loose. Tries lifting it over. Yep, it's a corner. Great leap! Fair attempt, just the wrong outcome.
Benzema did give it a fair old crack, and he'll be encouraged to step up again.
Vinicius Junior. Marco Verratti. Messi. Has a hit! He's done very well to get to that.
Draxler sparked a tremendous stop there, and I think it's fair to add, he just wasn't expecting it.
Defending of the desperate variety. Hakimi. And it's Bernat. Oh, that is lovely footwork. Wijnaldum. Toni Kroos. Marcelo. Toni Kroos. Modric. Tries to get it forward quickly.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Draxler drives it forward.
Paris Saint-Germain are clearly looking to kill this game off. It's keeping the ball away from the other end too.
Mbappe.
Paris Saint-Germain are looking to make this one safe. They want to reduce the risk.
Donnarumma gets it upfield. Toni Kroos. Vinicius Junior. And here's Benzema. And the shot! Well, should have been the equaliser.
Benzema nearly produced the perfect retort. That can only be a means to have another go.
Out to the right. What an adventurous run from a defender. It's Verratti. It's come loose.
There's a real appetite from them to finally put this game to bed, but will they?
Messi. And he's cut it out.
This is good ball retention, and it should be enough from here, but they want to double their advantage.
And it's Neymar. Bernat. Gorgeous control there. Gets it into the middle.
Paris Saint-Germain are looking to make this one safe. They want to reduce the risk.
Real Madrid getting a lot of touches here, but they're not making much progress. Just 5 minutes left. Alaba. Real Madrid are struggling to get it forward. Hoists it forward.
Well, it remains to be seen whether they can come up with that little bit of class to rescue this situation, and it needs to be any time now, really.
Verratti. Bernat.
Paris Saint-Germain probably could have killed things off, but they should be okay here.
Hazard. And here's Modric. Beautifully done. Oh, well defended. That had to be done.
Look, with time running out, they have to get the ball in the penalty box, and if it means a long punt, then so be it. They've got to give themselves a chance.
Now some movement on the bench, and we are going to see a change.
Well, he's worked so hard for his side, as you would expect, but you couldn't help notice that he was starting to labour a bit, so it's no surprise.
Incoming cross. Repelled by the keeper. The ball's come loose, and the chase is on.
Real Madrid have a simple task to find something sustained now and keep the pressure on.
Danilo Pereira. 2 minutes to be added on. Wijnaldum. Mbappe. Wijnaldum looks to dink one in. Neymar. Whistle's gone, and they've got themselves a free kick. It's Verratti! Big relief, it just needed better contact. Switches it towards the other side. Toni Kroos.
Going nowhere fast is about the only way I can describe this. They've just got to be busier.
And there goes the final whistle. This clearly wasn't the start they're looking for, so they're going to have to bounce back and look to win from now on in. A real test of resolve and of character. Your reflections then, Jim?
Well, we can't dress it up. It's not a nice way of...
In the European footballing cycle, it's where it all begins again. The lifting of the trophy, the winners' medals. That was all back in May. A mere reminder, a relic of the glory that was and what may be to come, perhaps for one of these. Well, here is a ground that requires no formal introduction. One of the truly iconic venues of our sport. The place where dreams are made. It is, of course, Old Trafford, Manchester. So it's back, bigger and better than ever before. I do hope everybody is ready for another ride on the emotional roller coaster.
Bring it on, Peter. I'm looking forward to a competition that always delivers entertainment, whether through its football or indeed its supporting cast of emotions.
neither of these teams will want a trip back to the drawing board after this, so I think...
Neymar! Goal! It's hardly a surprise, is it? That's what we're here for, a player with this wonderful knack of being able to show up and deliver at important times. Yet another example.
And that is about as cool as they come. He picked his spot expertly.
Well, you know, sometimes it pays off not to think too much about things, just put your foot through it, and that was a good example. Great contact, and the keeper had very little chance.
So, a breakthrough already. Mbappe. Marco Verratti. Hakimi. How many more to come? It is a good finish. The odds were against him. Little matter.
Mbappe really showed good strength there. Held his man off, didn't let himself get bullied, and got his effort away. Maintained control.
Paris Saint-Germain get themselves a 2-goal cushion.
Well, they're very much the better team at the moment, Peter, and no doubt will be looking to cause even more damage here.
And no, that is pretty much the end of that. And he's away. That's one way of trying to make things happen. There's a few who could follow that example. Sergio Ramos tries to switch the play. Marquinhos, and it's played forward. And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Mbappe! Shade too heavy. People can pick that up. Toni Kroos. Modric, forward it goes. Well positioned to make that interception. Bernat. Marco Verratti. Marquinhos. Marco Verratti. And it's Messi. Mbappe! Messi plays it short. Lovely feet. Crossed in. Alaba is there to heave it away. Casemiro goes looking. Marcelo. Modric plays it forward. Wijnaldum.
Paris Saint-Germain have pushed both fullbacks into quite advanced positions here.
Yeah, that's interesting. So what are they attempting to do?
Well, it's a bold attempt, in my opinion, to occupy the opposition in a way they're not expecting.
Marquinhos. Ball's loose, who's getting there? Marcelo gets good distance on it. And that's a throw-in. Azar. Down already, a nightmare start. Oh, no, that's not the ball he wanted. Wijnaldum. Across the field it goes. Marquinhos drives it forward. Sergio Ramos positions himself well and cuts it out. Bernat. Looking cross-field, changing the point of attack. Kroos battles to win it back. The message is clear, none shall pass. Modric. Toni Kroos. Good spell of possession this, but very little to show for it. Casemiro. Alaba. Benzema. It's Benzema! Oh, nearly, but nearly is nothing.
Benzema certainly could have and should have made more of that.
Toni Kroos. Modric. Alaba tries to get it forward quickly. Alaba. Toni Kroos. Modric. Alaba tried to play it through.
Yeah, I mean, I think he did well to spot the run. He just didn't get enough behind it. It happens.
Hoists it forward. Hakimi is on a run down the left wing. Can he deliver? Modric. And it's played forward. Toni Kroos. Modric. Hazard plays it out to the wing. Oh, he'd have done well to reach that. Bernat. Hakimi. Hakimi goes looking. And they're not going to make any further progress now. Forward it goes. Toni Kroos. It's a promising ball. Modric. And it's Hazard. Marquinhos. Hakimi. Neymar. Marquinhos. And here's Messi. Bernat. Neymar, a scorer already in the game. Bernat. Kroos plays it forward. Now it's Hazard. Oh, that's nice. Great strength, too strong for his opponent. Defence got the better of him this time, but I'm sure he'll go again. Casemiro tries to get it forward quickly. Forward it goes. Marquinhos does well to read it and intercepts. Hakimi set up one goal so far. It's being played forward. Well played, he saw that coming. Bernat. Marquinhos. Wijnaldum. It's Verratti. Wijnaldum gets it out to the wing. Wijnaldum. Oh, good take in a good area. Mbappe showed plenty of zest in getting to the ball, but couldn't quite sort it out. It's a brilliant interception.
Well, I'm not quite sure he needed to hold up play quite as much as he did then. A couple of his teammates were very annoyed.
It's a good run down the right. Where could this lead? Great run on the overlap here. Gorgeous control there. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. Hazard. And the counter is on. Now it's Benzema. Modric. Kroos. Bernat gets it back.
Vinicius Junior really got caught in a trap there, and he just couldn't get out.
And help's available out wide. And it's Messi. Looks to clip it forward. That's a throw. Big chance! Mbappe finds himself offside. Courtois gets it upfield. Hazard, he's left his man. Hazard opts to play it back. Done very well to intervene. Marquinhos with the crossfield ball. Hakimi hoists it forward. It's a long ball, and it's not hit its target. Promising move that. Good inroads into enemy territory, but no joy. And it's been given away. Good run, ultimately thwarted by an astute piece of defending. Crowd appreciates good football all round there. Sergio Ramos switches it towards the other side. Casemiro. Hazard. Out to the right. Oh, he's caught him there, it's a free kick. Kroos drives it forward. And it's Toni Kroos. Oh, that's neat. And the finish! Vinicius Junior. That's sprayed out wide. Casemiro. And here's Hazard. Hazard plays it out to the flank. That intervention was very necessary. Sergio Ramos plays it over to the other flank. And it's Messi. Neymar. Marco Verratti. Messi. Casemiro plays it forward. A real chance to break. And it's played forward. It's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Whistle goes for half-time. Do it back on the first 45 minutes.
Yeah, chins have dropped, heads are down, and half-time couldn't have come at a better time.
It's the start of the second half.
Well, this half might require them to produce a plan A, B and C. Levelling the score is easier said than done, but that would be the target. Get back on terms and then use that momentum to go again.
Played back in. Marcelo. Casemiro. Modric. Modric. Toni Kroos. Hit long and direct. Keylor Navas will lay claim to that. Shapes to shoot. And for a moment, time stood still.
You lucky boy, you lucky boy. Giving the ball away like that is usually punished.
Nino Pereira. Wijnaldum. Marco Verratti. Messi goes looking. Alaba. Modric. Wants to switch the play. Marcelo. Casemiro. And it's Hazard. Hazard. Toni Kroos. Hazard. Modric. Hazard. Casemiro. Out to the left it goes. Marcelo pumps it into the area.
Well, when the options aren't quite present in the box, it's the crosser's interest to hold on for the support.
And that has been clubbed away. The referee's awarded a free kick. No way through there. Verratti. Marcelo. Forward it goes. Vinicius Junior. Marcelo. Modric. Hazard with a long pass. To throw in. Terrific save from the keeper.
Oh, that's a sparkling save. Absolutely sparkling. His reflexes were ultra sharp.
Hakimi knocks it away. And it's Toni Kroos. Nice touch. Modric with a delicate ball. And the defence can get it clear. Casemiro.
They must set the right tone now and give themselves a foothold to get back into this. The next goal is key, and they've got to show the hunger and desire to score it.
Marco Verratti. Sergio Ramos. Casemiro. Played into space out wide. Casemiro needed to come up with a better ball.
Oh, Peter, his body shape was a giveaway before he made the pass, and its obviousness was appreciated.
It's a long pass, but not the most accurate. Vinicius Junior. It's a loose ball. Messi. Quarter of an hour into the second half. Loses his balance and loses the ball. Toni Kroos. Modric. Marcelo. Modric, into the channel. What an adventurous run from a defender. And he heaves it forward. Real Madrid get it back again. And it's Modric. Neymar provides an outlet. He's got away. Hit into the middle. He's dealt with that well. Messi. Keeps everyone guessing. Time to deliver. Timely intervention. Hazard. Now it's Benzema. Sergio Ramos. Hakimi. Sergio Ramos. Oh, real danger here. He's one-on-one. Chance! It's in! Benzema with the smoothest one-on-one finish. He is one very cool customer.
Yeah, that's brilliant from him. Such a calm finish. Just pick your spot, don't think about what the keeper's going to do, concentrate on what you have to do.
This is threatening to become a really good game.
Listen, goals change games, and that has changed the whole complexion of this one. They have the momentum now.
Hoists it forward. Mbappe. Neymar. Going for goal! He's pulled off a fine save.
Marquinhos really must have felt he had the measure of the keeper then, but how wrong he was.
And it's been taken short. And it's Bernat. Neymar decides to play it back. Wijnaldum. Good challenge, he just stood firm, dashing forward at pace. Hazard, over to the left. Toni Kroos. Oh, sweet feet. Benzema is being picked on here.
Well, his stealth has been compromised because of his goal, and his treatment from here looks as if it could get a little tighter. Real Madrid are definitely going about this the right way.
Jim, there's not too much subtlety or sophistication about this. It really is a question of needs must.
Well, there's no two ways about it. This is what they have to do.
And here's Verratti. And it's Marquinhos. Back into the middle. Marco Verratti. Vinicius Junior. Now it's Benzema. Now it's Hazard. He's making good use of his strength there. Just refuses to be out-muscled. Kroos. Hazard. He's had a shot! Decent enough try.
Hazard did give it a fair old crack, and he'll be encouraged to step up again.
Vinicius Junior. Almost 75 minutes on the clock now. Hakimi does well there, alert. And it's Toni Kroos. Hits one! Oh, that's a fine save!
Well, what can I say? Truly wonderful goalkeeping.
Wijnaldum. Now it's Benzema. Hazard. Room for it. Hazard! It's broken loose. Oh, that could cost them.
That was extremely good focus from the keeper, and it could turn out to be quite a significant moment.
Modric goes short. Chip through. Marcelo.
Real Madrid are definitely not going down without a scrap. Their attitude just can't be faulted.
Marquinhos. Hakimi. Beautifully done. Wijnaldum. Danger averted for now. Has gone out. Well, that's a foul, and the whistle's gone. Well, the ref's been lenient here. I doubt he'll get too many more chances. Back in once more. In he goes again! Good delivery, but no joy.
Mbappe really showed that he wanted it more than anyone else, but maybe heading requires extra practice.
Marcelo. Marquinhos. Wijnaldum. Bernat. Neymar. Hakimi. And it's Neymar. Wijnaldum. What's a... Mbappe! He should have put that one away.
Mbappe has reacted in utter shock here. For him, the keeper has pulled off the impossible.
And he's there to clear it.
This is good ball retention, and it should be enough from here, but they want to double their advantage.
And he's going long. Lovely bit of skill. Hazard. Modric. Toni Kroos. The leveller or the knockout blow. Either way, it's got to happen right away.
They need something heroic now, or a lucky break, or a kind refereeing decision. Anything.
The assistant referee has his flag raised for offside.
Peter, they have to fight the onset of desperation and keep enough cool heads to still deliver.
Keeper sends it forward. Now it's Benzema. It's Hazard! Should have equalised.
Hazard appears to be absolutely seething with himself after squandering the chance to equalise.
Modric with the short one. Oh, that is lovely footwork. Toni Kroos.
Real Madrid are actually displaying tremendous fighting spirit. There's a real belief that they can still have a say.
Minutes left on the clock, and it's played forward. The ball needed to be better there. It's a wasted chance. Alaba.
There's only one word for this. It's baffling. That team needs to figure out where the ball needs to be, and it's not there.
It's come loose.
Real Madrid have a simple task to find something sustained now and keep the pressure on.
Bernat. And it's Verratti. Messi. Oh, really good feet from him. Surely shoots! Big relief, it just needed better contact. Modric. Casemiro. Vinicius Junior. Marcelo. Really good feet.
Real Madrid need to give it everything they have, kitchen sink included.
Played out to the right. Only partially clear. Toni Kroos. The referee has seen enough. Oh, it's a pretty poor start, there's no disguising it. All they can do is to try to recover it from here on in. It is a tough test. Maybe somewhat what we've witnessed, Jim. Time of year in the European footballing cycle. It's where it all begins again. The lifting of the trophy, the winners' medals. That was all back in May. A mere reminder, a relic of the glory that was and what may be to come, perhaps for one of these. Well, here is a ground that requires no formal introduction. One of the truly iconic venues of our sport. The place where dreams are made. It is, of course, Old Trafford, Manchester. So it's back, bigger and better than ever before. I do hope everybody is ready for another ride on the emotional roller coaster.
Bring it on, Peter. I'm looking forward to a competition that...
Benzema has a go! A real chance and a real let-off. Bernat hoists it high. Here it comes. Neymar delivers the ball. And that should be the keeper's. Benzema just brushed off the ball there. Neymar. Hakimi. Bernat goes looking. Neymar. Danger averted for now. Messi goes for the cross. And it's Nate. Tries a shot! Fair attempt, just the wrong outcome.
A more than decent attempt, Peter.
Well played, he saw that coming. Hakimi. Sergio Ramos. Wijnaldum. Sergio Ramos. Played out to the right. Marquinhos. Marquinhos goes on an adventurous run. A real chance of Mbappe! He's going after it. He's gone for it!
Well, to put it this way, he's probably made better decisions.
Sergio Ramos with a definite fell there.
Hazard really got caught in a trap there, and he just couldn't get out.
Hakimi. And it's Neymar. Casemiro. Modric. Alaba. Modric. Toni Kroos. Good ball. Vinicius Junior. Bit of an appeal, but nothing doing. Neymar.
Just to point out, Peter, that the fullbacks are quite high.
And what are they trying to achieve?
Well, it's obviously a move to push the opposition wide men back and give them more to think about.
It's been intercepted, and that will come to nothing. Alaba. Tries to get it forward quickly. Marcelo. Toni Kroos. I wonder what you've seen, Jim, over the early moments of the game.
Well, I think both teams probably feel it's too early for either to start taking real risks. So they're still very much in a phase of testing the waters and sizing each other up.
No, that's overhit. Marquinhos. Well, that's where he wants it. Sergio Ramos. Sergio Ramos tries a pass forward. And that's been won straight back. And it's Neymar. Toni Kroos. Modric. Modric clips one through. Bernat. And it's Neymar. Mbappe. Oh, he's going to be pulled back for that one. It's hit the crossbar. Defending of the desperate variety. Good take, and he's had a look. Verratti. Oh, real danger here. Time to deliver. Lovely bit of skill. Hakimi tries to pick out a teammate. Knocks it away.
Paris Saint-Germain have been pretty good down that left side, you know. No doubt this is an area they've identified as a potential weakness in their opposition, and they're willing to exploit it. Well, this poses the defence a few tricky questions, and the answers have to be hard and fast.
Casemiro gets it back. Danilo Pereira. It's all a little short of forward momentum, lacking thrust.
Yeah, that's top defending and preventing him turning, which can open up many possibilities.
Casemiro. Modric. And it's played forward. Marquinhos does well there, alert. Neymar. Neymar spreads it towards the left. Nicely controlled. And it's Messi. He's in! Still goalless. Vinicius Junior tries lifting it over. What a ball this has turned. He's gone for it! Oh, he's managed to get it all wrong.
Benzema certainly did his part with a lovely pass, and unfortunately the loveliness ceased there.
Toni Kroos. Marcelo. Modric. Modric drives it forward. Hazard. That'll be a corner. And it's been taken short. And he's there to hoof it away. It's gone out for a throw-in. Vinicius Junior. Toni Kroos. Marcelo. Hoists it forward. Played into the middle. And the finish! He's missed, but not by that far.
That's a little unfortunate. He had a lot of people worried then.
Alaba. Modric. Casemiro. Marcelo. Toni Kroos. Marcelo. Alaba. Forward it goes. Hakimi gets into the right position to intercept. Danilo Pereira. Hoists it forward. Alaba. Alaba drives it forward. Benzema gets it back. And it's played forward. It's out for a goal kick. Modric. Toni Kroos. Casemiro. Casemiro goes looking. And it's Toni Kroos. Out to the right. Gets up to head it! No, he couldn't get the direction he needed.
Well, plenty of moving targets to pick out in the box. Obviously increases your chances of the ball being met like that by someone.
Casemiro. Modric. Azar. Plays it into the box. And that has been cleared. Neymar. Hakimi. Messi. Marquinhos. Marquinhos not easily shrugged off the ball. There are a few waiting for it. On really good feet. Has gone out. And it's Marquinhos. Lovely bit of skill there. That is good defending. It's been repelled. Benzema absolutely focused then on the defensive side of his game.
I think it's great to see that kind of application and desire from a forward who wants to help out his defence. I think, you know, any good team...
And the finish! He's pulled off a fine save.
Vinicius Junior is very sporting here to acknowledge the quality of the save. A lovely little footballing moment.
They've played it short. Marcelo whipped in. Cleared away. Lovely feet. So who's he picking out? That is terrific skill. Puts it into the towering header. Oh, just needed a better contact.
Paris Saint-Germain can defend those situations better by stopping the crosser at source.
Marquinhos with the crossfield ball. Hakimi. And it's Neymar. Bernat. Marco Verratti. It has gone through, and Messi! And they've been caught out here. Has a hit! Potential goal of the season contender, if only.
Well, the run was really impressive. The finish was impressive, and expectations were not met.
Hazard plays it out to the wing. Vinicius Junior bends up, has a pop! Goal! Real Madrid! And Real Madrid are ahead!
Real Madrid produced a lovely sequence of passes there. It's a terrific brand of football to watch, and importantly, it is a strong end product.
Deadlock broken, it's 1-0.
He's just gone and reminded us yet again of what a threat he carries.
And it's Verratti. Neymar. Time and again they are repelled. Breaks on here. Modric. Great strength, too strong for his opponent. Danilo Pereira tries to get it forward quickly. And it's Verratti. Real Madrid are in control here on the brink of half-time. In it comes. Alaba drives it forward, lobs it in gently. Needless to say, he was expecting a better ball than that. Keylor Navas gets it upfield. Bernat cuts it out. Verratti. Verratti is fouled. And he is going into that little black book.
Sergio Ramos really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Toni Kroos. Messi. And it's Verratti. It's anyone's ball. Can he deliver? Fired in. No, that's too long. Toni Kroos. Real Madrid got their goal at the end of the first half, and the score is 1-0. Hazard. Neymar battles to win it back. Across the field it goes. Forward it goes. Oh, well intercepted, really alert to the danger. Alaba. Modric plays it forward. Neymar. Hakimi. That is going to be the final action of the first half. And there we are, off they go for half-time. The breakthrough did indeed come in the first half, but there has only been that one goal. It is very, very tight.
Well, that certainly pleased the fans, and the players are definitely happy with that scoreline. The question is now, can they protect it?
Real Madrid come in, having established that lead. A game where the narrative is, at least in terms of the scoreline, so far so good. If you're just back from your break, you've missed very little of the resumption of the second half.
Well, 1-0 may be good enough, so they may err on the side of caution and get more players behind the ball instead of running beyond it. They could even try to spoil it from here, we'll see.
Defending was strong and firm. Modric. Azar. And here's Benzema. Vinicius Junior is flagged offside. Keeper sends it forward. Bernat. Marquinhos. Messi. It's Verratti. Marcelo can get it clear. Toni Kroos. Casemiro. Casemiro gets it out to the wing. It's got through to him. Looking for a decent ball in. Kroos. Modric. Azar. Oh, good take in a good area. This could fall anywhere. Mbappe. And it's Wijnaldum. Marco Verratti. Loose ball, who's going to get that? Bernat. Messi. He's had that put on the plate. It's a brilliant interception. A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. Now some movement on the bench, and we are going to see a change. Oh, that's nice. Chance! Really well taken goal. They have hauled themselves right back into it.
The keeper deserves some sympathy there. He may not have seen that until too late.
And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
Oh, look, Peter, I was on the fence before a ball was kicked, and I still haven't moved.
Modric. Toni Kroos. Casemiro. He's certainly caught him there. It's a free kick. And he's going to have his name taken. Mbappe. Just starting to get the first signs of rain here. Toni Kroos. Goes long. Chance to squeeze it through. No, not quite. Wijnaldum plays it out to the flank. Oh, really good feet from him. Wijnaldum. Marcelo gets it away. Going through. Has it out wide now. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. Marquinhos pulls it backwards. They'll try again. Turns and goes back. And here's Verratti. And it's Wijnaldum. And he's got the ball glued to his feet. Shot at goal! It's off target and by quite a way.
It was more possible than probable, and the outcome backed it up, Peter.
It's pretty clear that he's being singled out.
Yeah, his instinct and the timing of his runs have proven fruitful, but they have to give him a harder time like that.
Neymar did really well to intervene and dispel the growing danger. He's got away. Oh, that is lovely footwork. Wijnaldum. Messi. Mbappe! That has skimmed the post.
Look, I'm sure he'll deny it, Peter, but the keeper didn't have that covered.
Marcelo.
Well, goals change games, and now that parity has been restored early in this half too, this game could take off in a direction they weren't expecting, and the next phase of play requires a stronger rearguard action from them now.
Wijnaldum. Mbappe pushes to get on the end of it. Alaba. Hoists it forward. And it's Neymar. Di Maria. Marquinhos. Wijnaldum. Messi. Now it's Benzema. Now a chance to break. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior! Good clearance and very necessary.
That's just very well played. He can't hurt you with his back to goal, and he didn't go for the back heel.
And it's played forward. Marquinhos goes looking. Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Marquinhos. Wijnaldum. And the ball's come loose, and the chase is on. Vinicius Junior drives it forward. Vinicius Junior needed to come up with a better ball.
Oh, that just required a bit more oomph to reach its target.
And it's Marquinhos. Wijnaldum. Played out to the right. Verratti unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. Alaba tries to switch the play. Marcelo. Toni Kroos. Modric. Azar. That a foul? Yes, the referee's given it. Timely intervention. Marquinhos hoists it forward. Toni Kroos. Alaba. Messi. Marquinhos. Danilo Pereira. And it's played forward. Alaba gets it away. Marquinhos. Di Maria. Verratti, who has made his impact already. The referee's awarded a free kick. Well, that looks like a final warning, still no card. Modric knocks it away. Loose, who's getting there? Beautifully done. Plays it back. Shoots! Goal! Paris Saint-Germain! They've done it! It was coming! They have their reward!
What a great finish, but how about the touch? It just allowed him to put the ball exactly where he wanted it, and the rest became a formality.
His second of the game, and an eye now for the hat-trick. Paris Saint-Germain go into the lead.
Yeah, they deserve great credit for turning things around, but they'll now need the defensive resilience to equal that attacking flair.
Forward it goes. Now it's Benzema. Benzema gets it out to the wing.
But this is exactly the approach they have to take now, Peter.
Well, this isn't the time to talk about risks now, Jim, is it? They just have to hurl everything at it and hope for a break.
Well, there's no two ways about it. This is what they have to do.
Marquinhos. Messi. And here's Verratti. Doesn't get the pass he's looking for. Benzema. Vinicius Junior. Modric. You can get that clear. Oh, that's neat. Modric. Azar. Toni Kroos.
Real Madrid are actually displaying tremendous fighting spirit. There's a real belief that they can still have a say.
He's away! It's Wijnaldum!
This is good ball retention, and it should be enough from here, but they want to double their advantage.
Danilo Pereira tries to get it forward quickly. And it's Marquinhos. Kroos drives it forward. Paris Saint-Germain get it back again. Modric with a good... Modric has been caught there, it's a foul. Alaba. Modric. It's come through. Oh, that's a fine challenge. And he heaves it forward. Marcelo. Toni Kroos. Modric. Toni Kroos. Vinicius Junior. Toni Kroos. Out to the left it goes.
Real Madrid are definitely not going down without a scrap. Their attitude just can't be faulted.
Up towards the front line. And it's hoisted clear. And it's Marquinhos. Wijnaldum. Messi. It is looking like the end. If anything's going to happen, it's got to happen now.
Well, it's looking like too little too late, but they are giving it all they have.
Oh, that is asking. Vinicius Junior! Oh, that could cost them.
Vinicius Junior nearly produced the perfect retort. That can only be a means to have another go.
So here comes a substitution. Tries to get it clear.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Danilo Pereira. Benzema. Hazard. Whistle's gone, that's a foul. Some of them aren't happy with that challenge and they're getting involved. Steady.
It's just a silly one to give away at this stage of the game.
Modric! Oh, that's brilliant! That is a gem! An absolute gem!
Well, this is a terrific show of resilience and spirit. I love to see a team roll up their sleeves and force their way back. Superb.
Dispatched expertly, nicely done. So all square with almost no time remaining.
They seem to have lost their sense of direction. It should be higher up the pitch.
It is now or never. Time is against them. Going for goal! And he nearly went all the way.
Well, at least the crowd are appreciative of his efforts.
Messi with the short one. Good challenge, he just stood firm.
Well, both sides might have to settle for a draw here, although there's still a chance for one last fling.
Casemiro. Modric. Toni Kroos, and it's Benzema.
You wonder if that's it now, but there may be one more opportunity, Peter, for a late steal here.
Forward it goes. Quick glance at goal, big chance!
Well, both sides might have to settle for a draw here, although there's still a chance for one last fling.
Kurzawa. Alaba positions himself well and cuts it out. Hoists it forward. Marcelo. Toni Kroos. If we're going to get a winner, it's got to come now. Oh, he's brought him down, and it is a penalty. Real Madrid have been handed a game-changing chance. A lot of furious gesticulation, but it is never going to make the referee overturn a decision.
Yeah, well, they were exposed and vulnerable, and he knew he had to do something to prevent a goal then.
The comeback is complete! He was just never going to miss.
He just didn't let his nerves get to him. He struck that with conviction. What a penalty.
Having turned the game on its head, now can they hold out?
Well, it's the type of call that can't be given if there's even the slightest doubt. It had to be spot on.
Kurzawa. Looking for space out wide. Fourth official showing that there will be 3 minutes of added time. Almost there, and the players can feel it. Modric. Casemiro. Toni Kroos. Added time is up, and there goes the whistle. Real Madrid got off to an ideal start. 3 points on day one, and it bodes well for the campaign ahead. So, Jim, how do you reflect on what we've seen?
Listen,
Act of another major European club season. An epic tale lies ahead, a footballing drama. to unwind over the course of the next 10 months. One where the central cast, both team and individual, will get to write their own story should they survive long enough. This, episode 1. This place simply a monument to the game. So much and the shot! Oh, that's a terrific save from the keeper.
Neymar sparked a tremendous stop there, and I think it's fair to add, he just wasn't expecting it.
He wasn't very far from making something happen by himself. Lovely to see. Marcelo. Casemiro. Marcelo. And the ball's come out! Well, the crowd clearly like what they just saw. Some real no-nonsense defending. Oh, he's broken through. Mbappe just doesn't give up. You just know he'll be in there again before long.
Oh, look, his determination needed to be greater than the obstacle he was faced with, and it wasn't.
Oh, he's going to be pulled back for that one. It's not taken him long, and that's going to be a booking. Messi. Marquinhos with the crossfield ball. Bernat. Mbappe. Lobs it in gently. Chance to squeeze it through. No, not quite. Tries to get it forward quickly. Toni Kroos. Casemiro. And it's played forward. Defending of the desperate variety. It's it into the middle. Oh, well defended. That had to be done. Marquinhos. And they've got it back as soon as they gave it away. Bernat. Good run down the left. What can they make of it? Messi. Messi gets it out to the wing. And that's been levered clear. Casemiro. Marcelo. Casemiro. Toni Kroos. Kroos drives it forward. Has ruffled a few feathers. It's Benzema! Oh, that's a fine save!
Benzema is very sporting here to acknowledge the quality of the save. A lovely little footballing moment. Paris Saint-Germain have pushed both fullbacks into quite advanced positions here.
Yeah, that's interesting. So what are they attempting to do?
Well, it's a bold attempt, in my opinion, to occupy the opposition in a way they're not expecting.
Incoming cross. Keeper sees it all the way. Toni Kroos. Casemiro. And it's Marcelo. Tries to dink it in. It's a fabulous position. Bernat. Well, both starting the game at a pretty decent tempo. Bernat. Bernat takes the long option. Danger averted for now. It has got through to him. Mbappe has a pop! Oh, denied brilliantly!
Mbappe simply didn't do anything wrong. He was thwarted by brilliance.
Strong punch. Kroos floats one over. And it's Marcelo. Aimed in towards the centre. And he heaves it forward. Neymar. Paredes. It is deadlocked. Bernat. And here's Neymar. And here's Neymar. Draxler drives it forward. Whipped in. Cut out in the nick of time. Bernat tries to cross. Towering header! Ball's loose, and he's after it. Hazard. Marquinhos gets into the right position to intercept. Regardless of the outcome, it is good to see someone running at the defence like that. Vinicius Junior. Ball through needs to be good here. Benzema, and the flag has stayed down. Plays it back. Toni Kroos chooses to go back. Hazard, he's gone for it! And he's there to make a great save.
Oh, that's a sparkling save. Absolutely sparkling. His reflexes were ultra sharp.
Mbappe. Messi. Casemiro battles to win it back. Marcelo. Modric. And it's Hazard. And here's Benzema. Mbappe. Paredes. Draxler. Mbappe. Hakimi. Hakimi looking for options. He'll have a go. He's done very well to get to that.
Well, that was high-class goal-kicking there to back up his high-class wage.
And they're not going to make any further progress now. That's a throw. Forward it goes. Marco Verratti. And it's Bernat. He's making good use of his strength there, just refuses to be outmuscled. Chip through. Defending of the desperate variety. Vinicius Junior goes looking. Now it's Hazard. Now surely! Benzema! Oh, that's a waste.
Real Madrid were again presented with an opportunity to break and look very, very threatening.
Marcelo. Hazard. Modric. Just half an hour in now. Casemiro plays it forward. Toni Kroos. Casemiro. Modric. Hazard. It's on a plate. Sergio Ramos can hoist it clear. He's had a go!
Yeah, that's top defending and preventing him turning, which can open up many possibilities.
Mbappe. Neymar. Draxler. Draxler spreads it towards the left. Marco Verratti. Bernat with a delicate ball. Steered in. That had to be more accurate. Marquinhos. And it's Neymar. Mbappe. Marco Verratti. That's surely a foul, free kick. Just a talking to, I think. Yes, it is. Top draw, and Paris Saint-Germain take the lead. Oh, that is a bit special. Paris Saint-Germain draw first blood here.
Surprise, surprise. He just keeps on delivering, and listen, we all expect that.
Beautifully done. Just brushed off the ball there. Oh, the defence got the better of him this time, but I'm sure he'll go again. Marco Verratti hoists it forward. Neymar tries to stroke it through, and it's the goalkeeper's to claim. Toni Kroos. Marquinhos tries to get it forward quickly. Messi. Mbappe. Real Madrid are trailing here with the first half almost done. Neymar. That is very well defended. And now the breakaway. He's through. For a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Marquinhos takes it over to the other flank. It's a throw. Drexler goes looking. Marco Verratti. And it's Drexler. Both sides a bit too casual in possession. Benzema. He's through the middle. Sergio Ramos does well to read it and intercepts. Well played, he saw that coming. Oh, nice touch. And it's Modric. Toni Kroos. Driving on, he could shoot, has a hit!
Well, I think when you're in that situation, all you can do is tip your hat to the keeper, because that was fantastic.
Messi tries to switch the play. Hazard. Now it's Benzema. Hazard. Good challenge, he just stood firm. Neymar. Marco Verratti. It'll be a throw-in. Casemiro. Toni Kroos. Vinicius Junior. He's in! And he's on it, tries a shot! It's there! They have come roaring back! Well, he was never going to miss from there. So much to aim at.
It's almost criminal to see a defence fail to identify someone who thrives when it comes to shooting stats. They knew, and yet they didn't heed, and they've paid the price and deserved to.
And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
Well, I think the players will be buoyed by the fact that they've managed to level things in a hurry. Tails most definitely up now.
Hakimi. And it's Messi. is the end of the first half. Well, it has been an even contest, as the scoreline suggests, and it has been more than decent to watch. And we are up to the break.
Oh, what a half of football. It's 1-1, but it could easily be 3-3 or more. Breakneck speed brilliance.
It's been a decent 45 minutes. Competitive, certainly, and a goal each. Just back from your break, you've missed very little of the resumption of the second half. Hakimi, Marco Verratti, Neymar, Bernat, across the field it goes. Marquinhos drives it forward. Alaba. Kroos plays it forward. Well positioned to make that interception. There's a long ball. It's Benzema! Oh, he's managed to get it all wrong.
Oh, it was such a clever pass that flummoxed the defence, and it could well be revisited, this.
Bernat, Neymar, Verratti, Kroos with the foul. And that has been cleared. And it's Messi. Now it's Draxler. Benzema. Ball needed to be better there, it's a wasted chance. Verratti. Out to the right. Whistle's gone, that's a foul. The ref's been lenient here. I doubt he'll get too many more chances. It away. Modric looking cross-field, changing the point of attack. And here's Hazard. And here's Benzema. Oh, shooting chance! They've scored!
Oh, the skipper has made such an important difference to put them in the lead again, but they can't afford to retreat and defend for the rest of this second half. To do that would invite trouble.
With time and space aplenty, he was never going to miss.
Well, considering he has a bit of a shoot-on-sight policy, he was the one player that should have been picked up then. It was both careless and costly from where I'm sitting.
Well, this is what we've been waiting for.
He's just gone and reminded us yet again of what a threat he carries.
Bernat. He's got options out wide. Sergio Ramos. Bernat. And it's played forward. Mbappe. And it's Bernat. Hit into the middle. And that should be the keeper's. Marcelo. Toni Kroos. Vinicius Junior. That's not going to make it. Neymar.
It's always a good time to register and lay down an early marker in the second half. They clearly had exactly that in mind and have gone about their business with absolutely the right commitment.
Marcelo gets good distance on it. Now it's Benzema. And the counter is on. He gets past his man. Face to Vinicius Junior! Sticks it away! 2 up and threatening to pull clear. The lightness of step, the sharpness of movement, the certainty of finish.
That's always a great sight, you know, on a football pitch. Nimble-footed, showed great balance and a really cool head to finish. And that kind of dribbling is really smart.
Some activity down on the touchline. It seems there's going to be a change. So the lead now is 2.
Well, it's been an absolutely fabulous spell for them and they're starting to look unstoppable. There could be more on the way.
Now it's Verratti. Forward it goes. Hit long and direct. That has put a stop to that. Wijnaldum. Hoists it forward. What an adventurous run from a defender. Great leap! No, he couldn't get the direction he needed.
This was all about good movement in the box just to allow him to get to it.
Hakimi does well there, alert. And it's Benzema.
That's just an example of overcommitting, and they're fortunate for the quality of the intervention. It was vital.
Casemiro. Benzema is being picked on here.
Well, his stealth has been compromised because of his goal, and his treatment from here looks as if it could get a little tighter.
Tries to get it forward quickly. Right through the middle. And he's there to cut it out. Hakimi. Real Madrid have hit a quick-fire double here and are firmly in control at 3-1. Alaba goes looking. Hazard desperately wants to get on the end of this. He's coming on the right now. What's on? And here's Hazard. Oh, really good feet. Finds himself eased off the ball. He is not one readily to admit defeat. Don't be surprised if he tries that again. Hakimi. Breaks on here. Benzema. And through to the goalkeeper. Wijnaldum. He's made sure that that won't get through. Modric. Modric plays it forward. Back to the keeper and tries something new. Oh, well intercepted, really alert to the danger. Great strength, too strong for his opponent. Looking to break out here.
Yeah, he was under pressure to get that exactly right, and he couldn't even think of the consequences. It was instinctive and rock solid.
Marco Verratti. Questions were asked, and he's given the answers. Modric. And it's played forward. Mbappe. Marco Verratti. Casemiro gets it back. It's got through to him. Vinicius Junior. Hazard. Could be thinking about a shot here. That's a fine challenge and it goes his way.
Bernat just did a brilliant job there. It was one of those all-or-nothing commitments, and he came up trumps.
Wijnaldum. It's a great ball. Time to deliver. Mbappe. And it's Verratti. Wijnaldum. And here's Verratti. It's Mbappe! And the keeper barely had to move.
Look, that makes it easier for the keeper when he doesn't even have to move his feet.
Done very well to intervene. Mbappe. Oh, that's neat. He's got options in the box if he gets his head up. Wijnaldum. That's a good ball. It's Verratti! Oh, another save. Wijnaldum goes looking. Bernat. Draxler. Into the last quarter of an hour. Draxler. And it's Neymar. Wijnaldum! And somehow he managed to miss it.
And he could have eased the pressure on his team by taking them within one of an equaliser.
So here comes a substitution. The referee's seen the board and he's going to allow a double change to go ahead now. Verratti. Mbappe. Just brushed off the ball there. Tries to get it forward quickly. Oh, good interception. Marquinhos. Got a throw in. And it's Wijnaldum. He's had a shot! And no, he couldn't find the finish. Neymar. Marco Verratti. That looks a foul. Yep, referee's given it. And the referee has shown him a yellow card. Finish, an absolute joy! Back within one! They have them in their sights again! And he's produced a beauty. Paris Saint-Germain get themselves back into contention.
Well, they've given themselves a chance here, but now it's a case of getting the balance right between attack and defence, and that's not easy.
Marcelo plays a clever pass.
Real Madrid are looking to make this one safe. They want to reduce the risk.
Now it's Verratti. Danilo Pereira. Oh, really good feet from him. Can he deliver? Danger averted for now. And that's a throw.
Paris Saint-Germain are actually displaying tremendous fighting spirit. There's a real belief that they can still have a say.
And here's Benzema. Loses his balance and loses the ball.
Real Madrid are clearly looking to kill this game off. It's keeping the ball away from the other end too.
Now it's Hazard.
There's a real appetite from them to finally put this game to bed, but will they?
That's been intercepted, and that will come to nothing.
Paris Saint-Germain are definitely not going down without a scrap. Their attitude just can't be faulted.
Messi plays it out to the flank. He's gone for it! And the follow-up! And oh, he's got that completely wrong. He's got through. Hazard has a hit. And it's been taken short. Marcelo opts to play it back. Oh, he's got a crucial block in there.
This is good ball retention, and it should be enough from here, but they want to double their advantage.
Just 5 minutes remaining now. Real Madrid just have to run down the clock. Oh, big chance! Oh, fine stop from the keeper.
The keeper really dug out his defence then, a magnificent effort.
The outcome could so easily have been different.
Neymar did give it a fair old crack, and he'll be encouraged to step up again.
Real Madrid get it back again. Marco Verratti. And it's Neymar. Messi. Now it's Messi. Toni Kroos. Modric. Vinicius Junior. Now it's Benzema. Now it's Hazard. Now it's Benzema. Ball through needs to be good here.
Real Madrid certainly don't need to overcommit now. Their priority lies further back.
Verratti plays it out to the wing, pumps it into the area, and it's kept out by a stubborn defence. Now it's Hazard. Hazard. And here's Benzema, played out to the right. Lovely bit of skill there. Flings it across. And he heaves it forward. So who's he picking out? Vinicius Junior, Modric, and that is that. Well, that's the way to launch the campaign. Now they can look ahead with confidence and comfort. How do you look back on the game then, Jim?
Well, pressure can quickly build on you if a positive